Uh, Hello. Ow. Felt like something flew into my eye.
Always have to be on the
Hello, VG. A little late, why the wait? VG.
Tired. I've been having not quite enough sleep lately for various reasons.
Good evening, Richard.
Oh, thanks for the big donation, Ivory. Appreciate that, dude. Good evening to you too. But yeah, I just haven't gotten enough sleep the last few days or week for a variety of reasons. Some of it has to do with just not sleeping enough. Some of it has to do with kind of staying up extra late to talk to Pat because she's in Australia. So yeah, I just needed some nighty-night sleepy sleep time. And I just slept a lot today. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. What do you think of Dorian Yates' Blood and Guts workout? It's good overall. Like, when people ask me about whether they should work out like Dorian Yates, like
steroids are the
one, he trains in kind of a weirdly specific way. The like one actual set to failure and stuff. Most people are not going to get the most amount of growth possible training like that. On top of that, like the guy's also ridiculously strong, massive pro bodybuilder. He's like 300 pounds, so not everything that works for him or applies to him is going to work for you. As far as exercise selection, lifting technique, stuff like that, yeah, like all that's good. Thanks for the membership, Ale the Vegan. Appreciate it.
A KC-135 Stratotanker crashed over Iraq while performing mid-air refueling operations in support of Operation Epic Fury. Tanker aircraft are typically based on civilian aircraft and repurposed with a boom that allows them to refuel aircraft in midair. Although sometimes they use another method called probe and drogue, where a long tube and a basket is used. And the basket connects with a probe on the aircraft. Now, tanking is inherently dangerous. Imagine driving down a road with two cars and passing water through a tube between those two cars. Now imagine doing it at speeds that far exceed highway speed.
Congratulations, Stitching NoFap. You are indeed first.
Yeah, I meant to say that. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Gains.
And doing it with jet fuel. The fact is that accidents are probably the biggest danger to pilots right now during this operation. Pilot fatigue, pilot error, maintenance error, or mechanical failure are the biggest dangers, not the Iranian military. Now, the next question I'm sure you're wondering is, well, if there was some sort of mid-air accident, would the crew be able to bail out? Parachutes were removed from KC-135s in 2008. And this was kind of done as a cost-saving measure.
Guess who? Funding Iran VG.
That sounds insane. Let me see.
We are now hearing from the new supreme leader in Iran. It is the son of Ali Khamenei. His name is Moshaba Khamenei. And in a speech today, which you did not see on video, he was not on camera, he said
Oh, what a surprise. Dude, like, this is just so fucking ridiculous. I love how they're like, oh, they didn't do anything to change Iran's leadership, and then this guy has to hide like a little fucking rat. Like, imagine if the US president couldn't show himself on camera, couldn't make any fucking public appearances, couldn't go to like fucking Congress or anywhere. He just had to live in a fucking hole somewhere. Like, it's just so retarded how they're fucking making this out to be. Like, oh yeah, US and Israel has done nothing.
the following.
Idiots.
The demand of the masses of the people is the continuation of effective and regret-inducing defense. So you got to remember, not only was his father killed, his wife, his daughter, multiple family members of his have just been slaughtered by the Israelis.
Okay, so we don't care about all the family members that the Iranian regime has killed. Okay. It's only bad when Jews do it. All right.
And the United States. So he does not have an appetite, clearly, for diplomacy here. So let me continue with the rest of what he has to say. Certainly, the leverage of blocking the Strait of Hormuz must also continue to be used. Studies have been conducted regarding the opening of other fronts in which the enemy has little experience and will be highly vulnerable, and their activation will be carried out if the state of war continues and in accordance with strategic considerations. I assure everyone that we will not forego.
Love your videos and lives, please keep on. BTW, how can I see how long when I am subscribed to your channel?
I don't know. I don't know where to look that up. But yes, I shall keep streaming. Even if I win the lottery, I'll probably just keep streaming. Because it's fun. But thanks for the donation, AL Chernichovsky. Appreciate it.
Go avenging the blood of your martyrs.
This is coming from the regime that killed, what, at least 30,000 protesters? Like, okay.
Our neighbors must clarify their position regarding those who have attacked our beloved homeland and killed members of our people. I recommend.
This is coming from the regime that mass murdered at least 30,000 of their own people. Just recently. That's only the recent killings. Like, the Young Turks is literally just a propaganda tool for China, Russia, and I guess terrorists. Like Iran, Hezbollah, Houthis, Hamas. That is literally all they do. That's all they do. How the fuck do people watch that? Like, it's insane. It is literally all they do. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Dear Netanyahu, I understand why you would do anything in your power to destroy the Iranian regime. Never understand or forget what you did to Gaza. Who's this faggot? Is this a real gay retard or is it some AI dipshit? Oh, it looks like a real gay retard. Okay. What a bitch. Dude, like, and again, I mean, look at the guy. Like, little fucking bitch-made little fucking twink. Where's the... Like, I love how he's like, I'm never gonna forget what you did in Gaza. Oh, really? You're never gonna forget? What are you gonna do, huh? Are you gonna cry? Are you gonna wave your little skinny arms around and get all frustrated? Is that what you're gonna do, little gay retard baby? Like, wow. The most unthreatening, unintimidating, bitch-made little fucking pussy on the planet is saying, he's never gonna forget. Ooh, I'm so scared. What's he gonna do? Fucking idiot. What a, like...
Did Iran provoke us? Do you think the American people were threatened by Iran? Sir, how do you think the war in Iran is going?
Are you paid by...
Oh my god. Yeah. Jesus Christ. If I was one of those senators and they didn't have a camera, they would have a very nasty fall down a set of stairs, I can guarantee you. Wisdom teeth removal scam by the Rockefeller dentist. Teeth became crowded when you didn't pasteurize dairy and eat processed foods. This guy is so fucking stupid, he can't even write proper sentences.
I actually had my wisdom teeth removed when I was 20. I had no idea. The insurance company had a $5,000 reward for removing my wisdom teeth.
The fuck does he mean $5,000 reward? You mean they pay the people performing the surgery? Which is what insurance is for, you fucktard?
And then I learned about how your wisdom teeth are connected to your heart. Well, there's actually no reason to remove.
Oh, your wisdom teeth are connected to your heart. Oh, right. Through the upper dorsimus, right? Uh-huh. What a fucking idiot.
Move the wisdom teeth. They actually just pull them out so they could get from the and then mess with your meridian line, which if you think of wisdom, you think of your brain, and then the wisdom teeth are also connected to your heart. So
if, yeah. If any of that were true, you would see you'd see people like dying or having a lower IQ after their wisdom teeth are removed, but no, this guy was just born stupid.
a lot of times when people get their wisdom teeth removed, they actually start developing heart issues. See
Yeah, you made that up.
how this goes? The meridians of the wisdom teeth are connected not only to the brain, but also to the heart. So then people start developing heart issues and then can't figure it out, but it was because they had a procedure in which was not.
So, imagine being this much of a fucking pussy. Like, I had my wisdom teeth removed when I was a kid. My heart, it doesn't work good anymore because I had my wisdom teeth removed. I can feel something wrong with my brain because I had my wisdom teeth removed. It's all making sense now. My life is ruined because I had my wisdom teeth removed. Like, all this, like, paleo, primal, carnivore, like, anti-vaccine horseshit fucktardedry, it's all fucking overly neurotic beta male fucking retards. Like, it's one thing to be stupid, which these people are, but, like, they think and act like women, where they're just so overly fucking neurotic. And they think, like, the most mundane, stupid fucking things, like getting your wisdom teeth removed, is going to destroy your entire fucking life. To be clear, no such threat from Iran to our homeland exists, never did. What is this? Is this about the sleeper cells or something? Okay, whatever. Vaccine for pedophiles made in Iran. This was written on a missile by Iranian soldiers before launching it towards U.S. military base. Legal age of consent, Iran. Early and forced marriage, Iran, June 2025. Deep-rooted gender discrimination, which treats women and girls as inferior to men, boys, runs through Iran's societal and its legal system. While forced marriage is prohibited under Iranian law, child marriage, that is marriage of girls under age 18, with or without her consent, is justified in Iran on religious, cultural, economic, and political grounds. Girls can legally be married in Iran from age 13 or as young as 8 and 9 months. Right. So was that missile being planned to go straight up in the air and right back down? Fucking retards. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Former Chancellor of Germany, Angela Merkel, will be among the first laureates to receive the European Order of Merit created by the European Parliament to honor those who did not simply believe in Europe, but helped build it. You mean destroy it by bringing in too many Muslim immigrants. Like, this is just... Merkel's open-door migration policy resulted in over 2.3 million illegal border crossings into the EU during 2015-2016 peak period of migration crisis. Yeah. Well, this is what you get when you have women running a country. You just get stupid, ridiculous fucking nonsense. It's just what women do. Like, what do you expect? Just... Like, imagine your fucking grandma running a fucking country. Like, would you expect her to do anything even remotely sensible? Oh, I ran into a boy who was from Egypt and I had tea and he was quite interesting. We need more boys like him immigrating into our country. That's like what she's thinking. And then, yeah, you get these insane amount of border crossings, ridiculous fucking social welfare system, just draining fucking public money. That's what you get when you get women, you know, leading a country. You get just fucking retarded nonsense.
You're a Russian citizen?
To help
Are
our
you
people at
Iranian?
home.
Oh, are you an Iranian citizen?
Were Iranians attacking Americans?
Hey, I hear you're a good friend of Xi. And I heard you, how many times have you been have you met with Xi? And I hear you also meet...
Yeah. If you care about children dying in war, you must be Russian, Iranian, and Chinese. No, you must be gay. What the fuck do I care if some stupid-ass kids die in some fucking war? Fuck them. Look, if you want to put children's schools and daycares right next to fucking missile sites and military bases, I have no fucking problem erasing your whole fucking bloodline. If you want to make sure that you don't get to have a new generation of fucktards in your country, I'd be more than happy to fucking oblige. Put all the schools, put all the daycares, put children's nurseries right in your fucking military bases and right around all your fucking missile launch sites. And yeah, I'll fucking erase your entire fucking genetic lineage. Be more than fucking happy to. Just fucking gay shit. Like, what the hell happened? Why is everyone thinking like a fucking gay retard? Anybody cares? Really? Like, store manager? Let me see. We're looking for a part-time store manager in Los Angeles area. Yeah. I'll burn that fucking place down. Putin wants to help Trump. Let me see.
A key development potentially. According to a Western intelligence official I spoke to, Russia started out with what they refer to as more general support. This official says it's now getting, quote, more concerning, and they're now giving drone targeting strategies that Russia employed in Ukraine. Now, the official doesn't specify exactly what we're talking about here, but we've seen Russia in Ukraine use waves of drones, sometimes 1,000 drones fired in one night at Ukraine. They weave, seem to be going in one direction, head in another. I've seen them even on radars doing loops in groups to make the job of air defenses yet more complex. And every single week, the Russians learn something more about what the Ukrainians have got in air defense terms to take down the Russian drones, and the Ukrainians learn about Russian tactics. They talk about a 6-week innovation cycle. It's an extraordinarily sophisticated fight every night over the skies of Ukraine. And what we are essentially talking about here is the possibility that the Russians have taken that 3 years of know-how and sophistication and handed it to Iran here in the past 10, 11 days of the battle here. Now that's key, because we are seeing where you are, you know, near the Emirates in Dubai, 4 injured from drones coming through. A lot of the success of Iran's attacks seem to have revolved around the use of drones. And so perhaps these tactics, as advanced as they really are, constantly shifting as they are helping them elude air defense.
Oh, congratulations. You're banned. See you later, dumbass.
We also know that Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that Russia is assisting Iran with drones. And indeed, he sent experts to Gulf nations, including here, Jordan, to assist with drone air defenses. And look, remember, Ukraine, to take down these $30,000 Shahids mass-produced, is now mass-producing $5,000 tiny interceptor drones that are proving very effective and certainly very cost effective. So it's a sign here potentially that we're seeing Russia moving from the early warnings we got from.
Yeah. Again, it's just insane to me how everyone is focusing on the most stupid fucking worthless horseshit in the Epstein files. Like this concern over like underage, like some of them are even complaining about literal adults, but yeah, the main concern is like underage girls getting sex trafficked, which there's not really any evidence of. Actually, basically zero evidence of, but there's a very real concern over the fucking current president being compromised, and having like Vladimir Putin have some dirt on him because he like fucked like a 16-year-old Russian prostitute or something. That's the concerning thing. And when you hear shit like this, Russia's supporting fucking Iran, and then Trump's like, oh yeah, Putin's a really nice guy. Yeah, but what do you think about him supporting Iran and killing, like, American troops? Oh, I don't know about that. He's a really nice guy. Like, that is seriously fucking concerning, and no one's fucking talking about that. And it's just all a joke. What about the fucking 17-year-old whore who literally, willingly, and knowingly went to Epstein's Island to have sex for money? What about her, the victim? Like really, we fucking care about that shit? That's a bigger concern than Trump being fucking compromised and basically being a Russian spy. Okay. Just stupid. Fucking hate everybody. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. 21st, $22. Why did you shut the workout stream yesterday, delete the stream, and then not stream later and miss the part? I just saw the stream stopped and was deleted. Variety of reasons. Just the workout didn't really go great. Had fucking problems with my knee and shit, so I ended up just deleting the stream because there's no point in leaving it up. And I didn't stream again because I was just hanging out with Pat. Thanks for that donation, 21st.
You don't actually know anything about foreign policy. If you did, then you would know boots on the ground is what is required to properly dismantle the Iranian regime, which is fucking retarded. Saying I hate Muslims works better, you roid raging retard.
Yeah, that's nice. Thanks for that donation, dude.
Why do so many people defend a fascist country like Iran? VG.
Because they're fucktards and TikTok broke their brain. Thanks for that donation, Dodo. Son Goku donate tellers, would you call this chick, would you call this thick, fat, or obese? Also, would you smash? Like she's, like, obese. I can guarantee you if you, like, just measured her body fat or something, she'd be in the obese category. No. I don't find her attractive. Thanks for that donation, Son Goku.
It's honestly scary how popular anti-science positions are becoming in society.
It is. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
One of my co-workers recently went to India and visited some of the holy sites and rivers, including the Ganges. She said it was one of the most spiritually moving and refreshing experiences of her life. Would you ever consider doing the same?
No, I'm not retarded. Thanks for the donation, RV. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Afghan Muslim stoned girl to death over her father's suspicion that she lost her virginity before he sold her into forced marriage with an older relative. This is Palestine. This is Sharia. This is what jihadists want when they demand an Islamic state. This is what 90% of Palestinian Muslims seek to enforce upon Israel. Yeah. This is Afghanistan, but yeah. Sounds about right. Islamic cleric reportedly warns Muslim women not to handle cucumbers, bananas, and carrots for fear of sexual thoughts. Yeah, I bet with all that fucking inbreeding, they'd probably get a lot more out of a fucking cucumber. I thought leftists were all about separation of church and state. I meant it's just wild to watch the ideology that spent the last 50 years waging a legal war to push Christianity out of every corner of public life to embrace official religious displays like this. Beginning to think leftists were maybe not animated by high-minded secular humanist principles at all, just really hated Christians this whole time. Well, it's communism, right? So, it's just communist fucking brain rot horse shit. And yeah, they want to destroy what is basically making American and Western society what it is. You know, functional. They want to destroy its culture, its institutions, and this is a way to do it, right? By allowing fucking Sharia law and Muslims and all that cultural enrichment we don't fucking want because it's fucking stupid. But yeah, I'd love to send all these fuckers to fucking Afghanistan and watch how much they love fucking Islam then. Fucking hate these pieces of shit. Just want to fucking kick their teeth in. looks like it probably tastes good. That's a good skunk. Oh my goodness. I like skunks.
With so little details that we know about the shooting so far, how are we able to confirm that this was an act of terrorism?
How it was an act of terrorism? I can tell you that we have confirmed reports that prior to him conducting this act of terrorism, he stated Allah Akbar, and he was formerly a subject of a FBI investigation in material supporting terrorism.
Oh. What a surprise. Muslims again. Weird. Thanks for that donation, Dodo. You mad bro, Tony Tiller's little bro got his heart broken by the female version of Peter Griffin. Now he hates women and says they make terrible leaders, forgetting that the biggest fucking retard running the US is a man. That his opponent was far better, dumbass. Oh my god, dude. So, like, if I were to tell you, okay, you're being held hostage by terrorists, and you could either choose to have a team of special forces agents that are all men or all women, who are you choosing to rescue you? Like the answer is obvious, the men. They're going to be far more fucking capable in literally every fucking conceivable way. Men are just better at everything. Like the counter argument to that isn't, oh, well, my uncle is like a dumb, fat, lazy, retarded fucking pussy, and I went to the shooting range with him one time, and his fingers were so fucking weak from his like neuropathy that he couldn't even fucking fire the gun, and he had to like sit and wait. So, like, not all men are good at things. Great. What the fuck does that have to do with women being bad leaders or being an unideal choice for, like, a fucking special forces team? Nothing. You're a fucking idiot. Congratulations. You're a fucking dumbass. Holy fuck. Pull the vagina out of your ass.
What happened to yesterday's workout stream?
I deleted it. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Holy fuck, Iran is working with Russia. How can any SJW defend them?
You know, they're dumbasses. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Just random vids, only $2. Let me see. Oh. So, a lot of grapes. He's eating grapes.
Молодец.
He likes the grapes.
Huh.
It's a nice bear. He's really nice. If not friend, and why friend-shaped? Recognize this liberal, just wait for it. Oh yeah, I know. You don't live in New York. I've already seen this, and again, while this guy was talking about, like, letting all the immigrants in, some fucking, you know, one of the usual suspects literally throws a bomb over him. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah, there we go. Literally throws a bomb over his shoulder. What a fucking dumbass. Like they can't be helped. You're kind of treat lol. Oh, looks like, yeah, butthole chocolate.
Chocolate covered butthole.
Yeah, I've seen those.
Arnold Schwarzenegger used a lot of different gym equipment, but there was one piece that seemed to stand out. That is the never before seen until now Panada Total Bag. That is a 4-way machine that goes all the way from a lat pull down to a lateral row, from a lateral row to a mid row, and a mid row to a low row. This can all be done on the exact same machine with 2 separate stacks. Still linear guide rod carriages that operate basically as a Smith machine along with the chest pad. There is an incredible amount of stability. There was a lot of cool equipment at the Arnold, but by far the machine that stood out the most.
This is probably going to cost $1 billion. That'd be cool though. Thanks for the donation, Just Random Vids.
Honestly, once again, if an asteroid struck this Earth tomorrow, I honestly wouldn't mind.
I'd kind of mind, because I kind of want to, you know, be with my girlfriend, Pat. I like Pat. I don't want the asteroid to hurt Pat. Everybody else, they can die, but as long as Pat's okay. You know. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I heard a politics lecturer say, in regards to Iran's human rights abuses, what is going on internationally that we can't resolve these things before they turn into a war. Maybe you should ask Winston fucking Churchill that question.
Dude, people have turned way too fucking beta male and pussy. It's crazy. Thanks for the donation. Hey. See, Dodo donated $2.
Idealistically useful idiots, the leftists who are idealistically believing in the beauty of Soviet socialist or communist or whatever system, when they get disillusioned, they become the worst enemies. That's why my KGB instructors specifically made the point, never bother with leftists. Forget about these political prostitutes. Aim higher.
But to eliminate the others, to execute the others, don't they serve some purpose? Wouldn't they be the ones they rely on?
They serve purpose only at the stage of destabilization of a nation. For example, your leftists in United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot. But they may turn into the most bitter enemies of Marxist-Leninists when they come to power. And that's what happened in Nicaragua. You remember most of these former Marxist-Leninists were either put to prison or one of them split and now he's working against Sandinistas. It's the same pattern everywhere. The moment they serve their purpose, all the useful idiots are either be executed entirely, you see, the useful idiots, the leftists who are idealistically believing in the beauty of Soviet socialist or communist or whatever system.
Yep. It's kind of prophetic, the shit that Yuri Bezmenov said. Like, it's happening, it's real, and it's kind of fucked that not enough people are talking about it. Fox News reports that the vehicle used in today's attack at West Bloomingfield Synagogue in Michigan is registered to a naturalized U.S. citizen from Lebanon living in Dearborn. Yeah, there we go. Dearborn. Is that not the third fucking terrorist from Dearborn? I think there was I know there was at least one dude who was actually caught before he committed the attack. But yeah, that's the third one. And in a short period of time, like within the last year, that's the third fucking one. The shooter was killed while exchanging fire with the synagogue security team. Yeah. There we go. Another one from Dearborn. What a fucking surprise. FBI warns police in California that Iran wants to retaliate for U.S. attacks by launching drones against the West Coast. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Your ankle is a window to your heart. New study found that patients with a thickened Achilles tendon were nearly twice as likely to experience major cardiovascular event. So, what is the Achilles tendon link exactly? One plausible explanation is that the Achilles tendon thickening reflects cumulative exposure to elevated LDL over many years. Do your Achilles tendons like thicken if you don't walk or move a lot? Is that like I'm assuming that's kind of a weird association. Some of the last 20 years, the U.S.-Iran relationship, U.S. do not pursue nuclear weapons. Okay, we signed nuclear proliferation. Too bad you're getting... That's... Yeah, okay, this guy's complete ignorant fucktard. What a dumbass. Alright, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2 if the U.S. did this Code Pink would call it racist, but it's China, so it's okay. China passed the Ethnic Unity and Progress Promotion Law. Requires schools, business, media, family to promote unity through Mandarin education. Oh, I see. Yeah, so no, what this is you're gonna learn Mandarin and you're gonna act like a Han Chinese. Yeah, that's what that is. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right for China. This looks good.
And this is the coffee cake that I make anytime I'm going to a brunch. It is totally vegan, and we actually use apple thick coffee cake so many times to not go, and I cannot wait.
Yeah, that looks good. 5 Iranian female football players defected in Australia. Their Islamic regime handlers chased them through a stairwell in the team's hotel. Somebody locked a door to stop them.
Security agents and team officials have just realised 5 of their players are gone.
They were trying to escape through the car park downstairs.
They run down the fire escape hoping to intercept them.
Because the elevator down to the garage takes too long, so the staircase is a better option.
Player supporters Tina and Lee give chase, running interference.
You're in Australia, you better run!
And hurling insults.
Out of our country, IRGC.
What I saw, the coach, the translator, and a few other members of their security desperately trying to get to the car park themselves. They were...
So, like, everyone knows that Muslims are fucking crazy, but they keep letting them into the fucking country and then let them commit the Bondi Beach terror attack.
Even banging on the door.
He goes down to try to get down into the garage, and the door is locked. So whether that was locked intentionally, it's a fire escape. The door should be open.
After hitting a dead end, the group runs back up. Lee and Tina on their tails.
Looks like a couple of players were trying to get out and they found out about it.
Upstairs in the lobby, the reality of the situation sets in.
And that's when you could see the distress. He looked like a man who had failed his job.
Very distraught. And, you know, I think they were even yelling at one point.
They came in and out of the hotel, back into the lobby. There was chaos with them trying to figure out what to do.
It was during this chaotic time that the girls were able to leave the hotel.
Yes, and let's let in all the Muslims for cultural enrichment, even though we know they're, like, fucking crazy. And all the women are trying to leave. Makes complete sense.
office because he is one of the forever war.
Oh, yes. Forever War 4. Here we go.
Meaning he's one of the 4 Democrats who voted with the Republicans to keep the war in Iran going. And constitutionally...
Oh, I can't wait until the FBI or CIA gets the right amount of dirt on them and then they just all get fucking locked up. I feel it that it's going to happen. They're going to get locked up. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. By the way, the same guy as this guy who I sent you this before, you remember, right?
Because it's their homeland.
Yes, I remember that. Also, he is like a retarded child. Yeah, I know. He is extremely mature and stupid.
Well, it's only good if you win. You know, you can only do. And we've won. Let me tell you, we've won. You know, you never like to say too early you won. We won. We won the bet. In the first hour, it was over. But we won. But they gave me a list of names of generals. Sir, you can pick the name you'd like, sir. I said, the name of what? The name of the attack on Iran, sir. And they gave me like 20 names.
He's dumb.
Drink soy milk, oat milk, rice milk, almond milk. Don't steal milk from a cow.
Who's that ugly kid? Well, thanks for that donation, Dodo.
And speaking of crazy people, VG.
I saw a clip on Twitter today from Tel Aviv Ted Cancun Cruz III talking about the rise in anti-Semitism at this anti-Semitism conference. Now, putting aside for a second the fact that if this were an anti-racism conference specifically aimed at Latinos or Black people, or even Indians or Asians, they would be mocking it mercilessly. And here's the thing.
The fuck is she talking about?
About that, you have no credibility or moral authority to talk about bigotry and racism when you got...
Oh, I just realized. A fat, dumb woman. Why would I care what she has to say? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
If this battle is a forever war, then that old hag is a forever war whore.
More like a Chinese whore, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Because every year then you have to have parachute training, you have to pay the parachute riggers, you have to inspect the chutes, and by eliminating that eliminates one cost for an airframe that doesn't tend to get into the kind of accidents where a crew needs to bail out. But right now we don't even know if the plane was in any kind of condition where the crew would have been able to bail it anyway, and the KC-135 typically carries a crew of 6. You know, this is a rough day for anyone in the tanker community, and no one's ever going to make a movie about these guys, but these guys are critical to power projection. We could not run our Air Force without tanker pilots. But keep in mind as you watch footage of us blowing up Iranian defenses to the soundtrack of Here Comes the Boom, this isn't a video game, and real people have their lives on the line every single day.
Forgot my notification. No $2 came. Well, thank you. I did tell you to come. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my notification.
Can Iran keep its drone production numbers up? I am doing this from an undisclosed location right now, and I'm sorry about the echo. I am underground, but I have a little time before I get to work. A Twitter user created a really fancy graphic that blew up, and I actually looked into it. And not only is this user wrong, but it shows a fundamental misunderstanding of the kill chain and joint all-domain operations, or JADO. It was written by an X account called Policy Tensor, which is the pseudonym of an economist.
Dodo $2 is the only job women can do. Now man can do it too, huh? Jesus Christ. Really? Dude, that's funny. Read this top comment when the reply, comment, then the reply. Oh my god.
But we do have to begin with breaking news on 2 attacks here in the United States. The first at one of the largest synagogues in the country, and the other on a major college campus in Virginia. First on that synagogue attack, which took place this afternoon at Temple Israel in West Bloomfield, Michigan, about 30 miles northwest of Detroit. Authorities say the suspect drove a truck into the building before security from the synagogue engaged the driver, and that something ignited in the vehicle. They also say the suspect...
My friend, her family goes to the school. It's so messed up. I'm glad everyone is okay. We're from Michigan. The comments on here are crazy. Glad your friend and her family are okay. Islam shall win. Yeah. Oh, dude, I've seen so many videos where people are covering this and I think some other attack too. And they're all saying, oh, it's a false flag. Israel's just committing false flag attacks all over the US now. Dude, like, there's a real serious fucking issue with these people. Oh. Oh my god. Oh. Mr. Kidders. The Kidderverse. Oh, wow. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, wow. Oh. Oh my god. That's amazing. They're just doing cat stuff. I'm just watching a kid. Wow, that's nice. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Wait, VG, she is talking about Palestine at the 041 mark.
I saw a clip on Twitter today. Annihilation of Gaza. Cheer for the genocide of the Palestinians. Be regularly as a course of business.
Again, you're gonna have a hard time convincing me to give a shit what dumb fucking fat chicks think. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Named Answar Faruqi. And this economist, I guess he owns like a hedge fund or some sort of investment fund. And the website's really sparse, you know. I'm not sure I would, after looking at this guy's tweet, I'm not sure I would trust him with my DoorDash order, much less my money. Not that I have any money, but it's because you haven't become a member at ryanbeth.substack.com. I keep it at $5 a month cheap because I'd rather you be smart than you be rich.
Nice.
So here's the basic breakdown of what Mr. Faruqi kind of claimed here. To start, there was a line, guys, this is not looking good at all. According to leaked Russian documents, Tehran can produce 5,000 drones per month. And this is the
Dodo, donate $2. Let me see. He glitched. Gummy does that too when he sees birds. Yeah, he does the kakakaj. Oh, I didn't know this SJW got suspended. That's great. Former Zoran Mamdani intern didn't just get suspended for Islamophobia. She also violated public order, lost her appeal. Footage of Malik berating a Muslim police officer at campus protests circulated widely. So, what is this?
What's funny is that CUNY basically claims that I was like some type of Islamophobe. And that was why, because they clearly respect Muslim students so much and Muslims so much, they were just really trying to protect the Muslims against me, I guess. They'll put black and brown officers at the front lines of our protests to oppress us and to brutalize us, as if that makes it any bit better than if white officers were to do it to us. In fact, it is probably worse. There's a deep level of betrayal there.
To the Alis and the Abdullahs! To the Alis and the Abdullahs! To the Rafids! To the Rafids! To the Rafids! To the Rafids!
And he whipped out his baton on a Palestinian hijabi woman. And I asked in that moment if he was Muslim, and he said yes. With a little...
Who the fuck cares? Dumb bitch. What's this?
Only eating at my favorite spots in Bali for 24 hours as a vegan. For brunch, we had the kind community. I go here every time I'm in Bali. Their protein smoothies are phenomenal. Unfortunately, they're not a fully vegan establishment anymore, but they've still got plenty of vegan options. I had their big breakfast that had sourdough, tofu scramble, salsa, mushrooms, baked beans, avocado, and even rosti. Then on our way to dinner, we saw a group of bunnies and we fed them carrots. They were so cute. For dinner, we head to Warung Local, which is one of my favorite spots to go for a local meal as they have plenty of vegan options. This time I went for the yellow fragrant rice, black pepper tempeh, tofu curry, and urap sayur, which is basically steamed veggies with coconut. A very filling and affordable meal, which is also super high in whole food protein. They have outlets in both Canggu and Uluwatu. Highly recommend this spot. Save this and follow for more.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hi Richard. I know my country put you on a terrorist list for the Islamic Republic due to your clear Islamophobia. But there are unforeseen circumstances. USA and Israel are threatening to kill me. PLS help me. If you do, all crimes will be waived off.
No, I think I'd rather you be dead. Thanks for the donation, Mojitab Khamenei. I plateaued on shoulders, so I did 20 sets today with lighter weight. Do you think this is a good strategy for getting stronger next workout? Probably not. So yeah.
And yet SJWs defend disgusting people like that woman. What the fuck is wrong with them?
Yeah, pretty dumb. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
First problem. It's a lack of sourcing. Like, what leaked Russian documents? Can we see the leaked Russian documents? Are the Russian documents in the room with us right now? And I actually looked up where Mr. Faruqi got his data from, and it turns out to be an article from DW, or Deutsche Welle, the state-funded German news source. And that particular news source didn't show the documents either. So it's actually kind of surprising.
Most humans are just retarded group-thinking chimps. They blindly conform to whatever environment they were socialized in, don't understand how to properly evaluate the validity of information, and are blindly alleged to whatever group makes them feel good.
Yeah. Yeah, most people are dumb chimps. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
How much would Iran have to pay you for you to completely change your tune on Israel and start promoting anti-Israel, pro-Iran propaganda like Tucker does?
How much would they have to pay me? If they would blow themselves up, maybe. Maybe I'd do it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo Donatillers, this is really cringe. They keep making stupid edits like this. That is pretty cringe. Another cringe edit. That one's just down. Can't watch that one. Can't watch that one either.
Listen to this. On the first day of the U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran, something strange appeared on the airwaves. A mysterious shortwave radio broadcast. A man's voice calmly reading random number sequences in Persian. Radio enthusiasts first picked it up on February 28th, the first day of the war. The broadcast follows a loose pattern, a string of numbers read aloud for 2 rounds, then a pause, then the Persian word for attention repeated 3 times, then the numbers start again. Sometimes it's longer, sometimes it's shorter. No one knows exactly where the signal is coming from, but radio enthusiasts have narrowed it down to somewhere in Western Europe. 5 days into the war, things got even stranger. Someone started jamming the signal. Electronic noise suddenly flooded the frequency, making the numbers nearly impossible to hear. But the broadcast didn't stop, it just moved to a different frequency. RFERL independently recorded the transmission on March 10th, meaning it has been broadcasting around 2 weeks, more or less daily. So what is it? The most common explanation is something called a number station, an old-school Cold War spy tool, a shortwave radio broadcast used to send encrypted messages to intelligence agents around the world. Anyone can listen to the numbers, but without the decoder, the message is essentially impossible to understand. Aiken Fernandez, who's considered a guru on the subject of number stations, says it's absolutely unbreakable. The number keys are perfectly random, and figuring it out mathematically wouldn't really work either. And even if you translate them into words, the message would likely still make no sense without the right decoder key. Okay, that's the first thing. What about the jamming? Who's jamming the signal and why? So the kind of interference being used here is called a bubble jammer. Basically, it drowns out the signal so the transmission is impossible to understand. Historically, this kind of jamming was used by governments trying to block foreign broadcasts. During the Cold War, Soviet bloc countries regularly jammed broadcasts from the BBC, Deutsche Welle, or Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, which were beaming uncensored news and information into the Eastern Bloc. These days, the Persian language broadcasts, the BBC, and Radio Free Europe's Radio Farda are also being jammed by the Iranian government on a similar frequency. So if Tehran was responsible for this mysterious Persian number signal, it's pretty unlikely that Tehran will be jamming its own signal. That brings us back to the original question. Who's behind the number station broadcast? Could it be the United States sending coded messages to agents inside Iran? Or maybe it's Israel? Or how about Turkey, which is no fan of the Iranian government? Then it gets even muddier. ABC News reports that the US government had sent an alert to law enforcement agencies about an intercepted encrypted transmission. The transmission could, quote, be intended to activate or provide instructions to pre-position sleeper assets operating outside the originating country. ABC quoted the alert as saying. The CIA did not respond to requests for comment. So for now, the signal remains a mystery. What do you think? Let us know in the comments.
Who knows? You know. Are you going to play Toxic Commando next? Yeah. I'm going to play Toxic Commando.
Agreed, I'm ashamed of our worthless species.
Yeah, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
DW is pretty good at referencing sources. So I actually tried to find the source of these leaked Russian documents, and the only thing I could find was that they might be basing this number on a source from the Institute for the Study of War from 3 years ago. And this article wasn't about Iran at all. It was about the special economic zone in Tatarstan, Russia, called Albugo. I think I'm pronouncing that right, Alabugo. So this was actually Russian production numbers from 3 years ago, not a current Iranian production number. They're numbers for a totally different country. from 3 years ago. I mean, garbage in, garbage out. You can create a really pretty graph, but this is like claiming that 95% of all Americans eat poutine and then finding out that statistics are really just for Canada, right? Bit of a difference there. So let's just try a thought exercise here. How would you, if you were Iranian, produce a Shahed drone? Well, you get all the parts together and you manufacture it, right? And we're not even talking about the part where you move the drone to the military and have them fire it. Let's just manufacture the drone. So let's say hypothetically Iran can produce 5,000 Shahed drones per month. And they were able to do this on February 27th.
Dodo Donatello's Iran's colony owners getting mad at them. The link's broken. Watch this, no skip.
So by now, I'm sure that you've heard that the Department of War has declared Anthropic a supply chain risk because Anthropic refused to remove red lines around the use of their models for mass surveillance and for autonomous weapons. Honestly, I think this situation is a warning shot. Right now, LLMs are probably not being used in mission-critical ways. But within 20 years, 99% of the workforce in the military, in the civilian government, in the private sector is going to be AIs. They're going to be the robot armies that constitute our military. They're going to be the superhumanly intelligent advisors that senators and presidents and CEOs have. They're going to be the police. You name it, the role will be filled by an AI. Our future civilization is going to be run on AI labor. And as much as the government's actions here piss me off, I'm glad that this episode happened because it gives us the opportunity to start thinking about some extremely important questions. Now, obviously, the Department of War has the right to refuse to use Anthropic's models. And in fact, I think they have an entirely reasonable case for doing so, especially so given the ambiguity of terms like mass surveillance and autonomous weapons. In fact, if I was the Secretary of War, I probably would have made the same determination and refused to use Anthropic's models. Imagine if there's some future Democratic administration and Elon Musk is negotiating Starlink access to the military, and Elon says, look, I reserve the right to cut off the military's access to Starlink in case you are fighting some unjust war or some war that Congress has not authorized. On the face of it, this language seems reasonable, but as a military, you simply cannot give a private contractor that you're working with the kill switch on a technology that you have come to rely on. And if that's all the government had done to say we refuse to do business with Anthropic, that would have been fine, and I wouldn't have written this blog post, and I wouldn't be.
Hopefully, thanks to SJWS and their support for Iran, an atomic bomb will be invented and will wipe our garbage species of the map.
Yeah, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Narrating the shit to you, but that's not what the government did. Instead, the government has threatened to destroy Anthropic as a private business because Anthropic refuses to sell to the government on terms that the government commands. Now, if upheld, the supply chain restriction would mean that companies like Amazon and Nvidia and Google and Palantir would need to ensure that Anthropic is not touching any of their Pentagon work. And Anthropic could probably survive this designation today because these companies can just cordon off the services they're providing to the Department of War. But given the way AI is going, eventually it's not going to be just some party trick addendum to the products that these companies are serving to the military. In future,
I'm pretty sure that's not exactly what actually happened. Didn't they already have some sort of military contract and then they like just did a gay retard and were like, I don't agree with this, and like that's why they actively tried to shut off the military's access to something they were already using?
AI will be woven into how every product is built and maintained and operated. In the future, if Amazon is providing some service to the Department of War through AWS, and that service is built using Claude Code, is that a supply chain risk? In a world with ubiquitous and powerful AI, it's actually not clear to me that big tech will be able to cordon off their use of Claude away from their Pentagon work. And this raises a question that the Department of War probably hasn't thought through. If you do end up in this world with powerful and pervasive AI, then when forced to choose between their AI provider and the Department of War, which constitutes a tiny fraction of the revenue, wouldn't they rather drop the government than the AI? So what exactly is the Pentagon?
Dodo Donatello's Iran's colony owners getting mad at them.
China does not agree with the attacks on Gulf states and condemns all indiscriminate attacks on civilians and non-military targets. The urgent task is to immediately cease military operations and prevent further expansion of the conflict.
Yeah, it's because they're not getting the fucking gas they want.
The solution lies in returning to dialogue and negotiation as soon as possible and striving to restore peace. The fundamental solution is to jointly return to the right track of abiding by international law and the basic norms of international relations.
Yeah, this whole war is not strategically ideal for China. We'll see. We'll see what's going on. It's kind of like, it's just hilarious, dude. I like it just baffles me how so many people are just so fucking stupid, and so how easily manipulated everyone is. You've got propaganda coming out of China and Russia that's infecting both the left-wing and right-wing political spheres with this anti-interventionist nonsense, and especially like the lefties are especially whiny and crybaby about this Iran thing, talking about how, oh, the US is gonna lose, and what did Iran ever do to us, and all this horseshit. And then you've got fucking China coming out and saying like, yeah, stop attacking the Gulf states, just start negotiating with the US now. Like, fucking weird.
Pentagon's plan here? Is it to coerce and threaten and bully every single company that won't do business with the government on exactly the terms that the government demands? Now remember that the whole background of this AI conversation is that we are in a race with China. But what is the reason that we want to win this race? It's because we don't want the winner of the AI race to be a government which believes that there's no such thing as a truly private citizen or a private company. And that if the state wants you to provide them with a service that you find morally objectionable, you are not allowed to refuse. And if you do refuse, they will destroy your business. Are we really racing to beat China and the CCP?
I think I'm pretty goddamn sure this guy got it wrong. The US was already using that AI software, and there was an agreement to be able to use that AI software, and then the guy tried to pull out.
In AI, just so we can adopt the most ghoulish parts of their system. Now, people will say, our government is democratically elected, so it's not the same thing when they tell you what you must do. But I refuse to accept this idea that if a democratically elected leader hypothetically tells you to help him do mass surveillance or violate the rights of your fellow citizens or to help him punish his political enemies, then not only is that okay, but that you have a duty to help him. Honestly, a big worry I have is that mass surveillance, at least
Adam donated $2, Richard.
What's good?
That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Forms is already legal. It is just impractical to enforce, at least so far. Under current law, you have no Fourth Amendment protection against any data that you share with a third party. That includes your bank, your ISP, your phone carrier, and your email provider. The government reserves the right to purchase and read this data in bulk without a warrant. What's missing is the ability to actually do anything with all this data. No agency has the manpower to monitor every single camera and read every single message and cross-reference every single transaction. However, that bottleneck goes away with AI. There are 100 million CCTV cameras in America, and you can get pretty good open source multimodal models for 10 cents per million input tokens. So if you process a frame every 10 seconds, and if each frame is, say, 1,000 tokens, then for $30 billion, you can process every single camera in America. And remember that a given level of AI capability gets 10x cheaper every single year. So while this year might cost $30 billion, next year it'll cost $3 billion, the year after that, $300 million, and by 2030, it'll be less expensive to monitor every single nook and cranny in this country than it is to remodel the White House. Now, once the technical capacity for mass surveillance and political suppression exist, the only thing that stands between us and an authoritarian state is the political expectation that this is just not something we do here. And that's why I think Anthropic's actions here are so valuable and commendable, because they help set that norm and that precedent. What we're learning from this episode is the government has way more leverage over private companies than we previously realized. Even if the supply chain restriction is backed...
Again, I'm pretty fucking sure they already had a contract with the US military, and then they tried to back out of it.
Coming to let them in and come to 32 David Street, Spencerville, Ontario, my home away.
No. Thanks for that donation, dude.
Which, as of this recording, prediction markets give a 74% chance of happening. The president has so many different ways of harassing a company which is resisting his will. The federal government controls permitting for power generation, which you need for more data centers. It oversees antitrust enforcement. The federal government has contracts with all the other big tech companies that Anthropic relies on for chips and for funding. And it could make a soft, unspoken condition, or maybe even an explicit condition, of such contracts that those companies no longer do business with Anthropic. And people have proposed that the real problem here is that there's only 3 leading AI companies. And so this creates a very clear and narrow target on which the government can apply leverage in order to get what they want out of this technology. But here's what I worry about, is that if there's wider diffusion, I don't think that solves the problem either. Because from the government's perspective, that makes the situation even easier. Say by 2027, the best models that the top companies have, the Claude 6 and the Gemini 5s, are capable of enabling mass surveillance. And even if those companies draw a line in the sand and say, we're not going to sell to the government, by late 2027, or certainly by 2028, there's going to be such wide diffusion that even open source models will be able to match the performance that the Frontier had 12 months prior. And so in 2028, the government can just say, look, Anthropic and Google and OpenAI are drawing these red lines. That's not an issue. I'll just use some open source model that might not be the smartest thing in the world, but is definitely smart enough to notate a camera feed. The more fundamental problem here is that even if the 3 leading companies draw a line in the sand and are even willing to get destroyed in order to preserve that line, the technology just structurally and intrinsically favors uses like mass surveillance and control over the population. And so then the question is, what do we do about it? And honestly, I don't have an answer.
Good boy, Adam, that's right. Go there now. Start driving.
Thanks for the donation, 21st.
You hope that there's some symmetric property to this technology, where in the same way that it's helping the government be able to better monitor and control its population, it will help us as citizens better check the government's power. But realistically, I just don't think that's how it's going to work out. You can think of AI as just giving more leverage to whatever assets and authority that you already have. And the government is starting with the monopoly on violence, which they can now supercharge with extremely obedient employees that will never question their orders. And this gets us to the issue with alignment. What I just described for you, an army of extremely obedient employees, is what it would look like if alignment succeeded. That is, at a technical level, we got AI systems to follow somebody's intentions. And the reason it sounds scary when put in terms of mass surveillance or robot armies is that there's a core question at the heart of alignment that we haven't answered yet. Because up till now, AIs just have not been smart enough to make this question relevant. And the question is, to what or to whom should the AIs be aligned? In what situation should the AI defer to the model company versus the end user versus the law versus to its own sense of morality? This is maybe the most important question about what happens in the future with powerful AI systems, and we barely talk about it. And it's understandable why, because if you're a model company, you don't really want to be advertising the fact that you have complete control over the preferences and the character of the entire future labor force, not just for the private sector, obviously, but also for the civilian government and for the military. And we're getting to see with this Department of War Anthropic spat, an early version of what will be the highest stakes negotiations in human history. And make no mistake about it, mass surveillance is nowhere near the top of the highest stakes thing that one could do with AGI. This is just an example that has come up early in the development of this technology and is giving us a sneak peek at the power dynamics that will be at play. Now, the military insists that the law already prohibits mass surveillance, and so Anthropic should let its models be used for, quote, all lawful purposes, end quote. But of course, as we saw with the Snowden revelations in 2013, even for this very specific example of mass surveillance, the government is very willing to use secret and deceptive interpretations of the law to justify its actions. Remember, what we learned from Snowden was that the NSA, which by the way is a part of the Department of War, was using the 2001 Patriot Act to justify collecting every single phone record in America because the argument was that some subset of them might be relevant for a future investigation. And they ran this program for years under a secret court order. So when the Pentagon today says, we will never use your models for mass surveillance because it's already illegal, so your red lines are unnecessary, it would be incredibly naive to take that at face value. No government is going to call what they are doing mass surveillance. For them, it will always have a different euphemism. So Anthropic comes back and says, no, we don't trust you. We want the right to draw these red lines and to refuse you service if we determine that you're breaking the contract and you're breaking the terms of service. But now think about it from the military's perspective. In the future, every single soldier in the field, every single bureaucrat and analyst in the Pentagon, even the generals, are going to be AIs. And on current track, those AIs are going to be provided.
Alpha M is a beta male weak fucking dork.
By a private company. I'm guessing that Pete Hegseth is not thinking about Gen AI in those terms, but sooner or later the stakes will become obvious, just as after 1945, the stakes of nuclear weapons became obvious to everybody in the world. And now a private company insists that it reserves the right to say to you, hey, you're breaking the values and the terms of service that we have embedded in our contract with you, and so we're cutting you off. Maybe in the future, Claude will have its own sense of right and wrong, and it will be able to say, hey, I'm being used against my terms of service, and I will just refuse to do what you're saying. And for the military, that's probably even scarier. I'll admit that at first glance, letting the model follow its own values sounds like the beginning of every single sci-fi dystopia you've ever heard. Because at the end of the day, a model following its own values, isn't that literally what misalignment is? But I think situations like this illustrate why it's important that models have their own robust sense of morality. It should be noted that many of the biggest catastrophes in history have been avoided because the boots on the ground simply refused to follow orders. One night in 1989, the Berlin Wall falls, and as a result, the totalitarian East German regime collapses because the border guards between West and East Germany refuse to fire on their fellow citizens who are trying to escape to freedom. Maybe the best example of this is Stanislav Petrov, who was a Soviet lieutenant colonel stationed on duty at a nuclear early warning system. And his sensors said that the United States had launched 5 intercontinental ballistic missiles at the Soviet Union. But he judged it to be a false alarm, and so he refused to alert his higher-ups and broke protocol. If he hadn't, Soviet high command would probably have retaliated, and hundreds of millions of people would have died. Of course, the problem is that one person's virtue is another person's misalignment. Who gets to decide what the moral convictions that these AIs will have should be, and in whose service they should break the chain of command and even the law? Who gets to write this model constitution that will determine the character of these powerful entities that will basically run our civilization in the future? I like the idea that Dario laid out when he came on my podcast. You know, other companies put out a constitution and then they can kind of look at them, compare.
All I'm hearing is get away from civilization while you still can.
Outside observers can critique and say, this, I like this one, this thing from this constitution and this thing from that constitution. And then kind of that creates some kind of, you know, soft incentive and feedback for all the
Dude, I just see things getting so gay with some of this AI shit. You're not going to be able to race anybody on the highway or speed anywhere or run red lights at night. And if you have a fucking e-bike, you're not going to be able to ride it anywhere because, like, the AI is going to know that it's going to be able to calculate the fucking speed. Police, stop him. He's having fun. You know, like... Oh boy, that could be a nightmare.
Companies to like take the best of each element and improve.
I think it's very dangerous for the government to be mandating what values these AI systems should have. The AI safety community, I think, has been quite naive about urging regulations that would give governments such power. And I think Anthropic specifically has been especially naive in urging regulation. And, for example, in opposing the moratorium on state AI laws, which is quite ironic because I think what Anthropic is advocating for here would give the government even more ability to apply this kind of thuggish political pressure on AI companies. The underlying logic for why Anthropic wants these regulations makes sense. Many of the actions that a lab could take to make AI development safer impose real costs on them. It could slow them down relative to their competitors. For example, investing more in aligning AI systems rather than just on raw capabilities, enforcing safeguards against using these models to make bioweapons or do cyber attacks, and eventually slowing down the recursive self-improvement loop where AIs are helping design more powerful future systems to a pace where humans can actually stay in the loop rather than just kicking off some kind of uncontrolled singularity. And these safeguards are meaningless unless the whole industry follows suit, which means that there's a real collective action problem here. Anthropic has been open about their opinion that they think some sort of extensive and involved regulatory apparatus is needed to control AI. They wrote in their Frontier Safety Roadmap, quote, "At the most advanced capability levels and risks, the appropriate governance analogy may be closer to nuclear energy or financial regulation than to today's approach to software." So they're imagining something that looks closer to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission or the Securities and Exchange Commission, but for AI. Now, I cannot imagine how a regulatory framework built around the kinds of concepts that are used in the AI risk discourse will not be used and abused by a wannabe despot. The underlying terms here, like catastrophic risk or threats to national security or autonomy risk, are so vague and so open to interpretation that you're just handing a fully loaded bazooka to a future power-hungry leader. These terms can mean whatever the government wants them to mean. Have you built a model that will tell users that the government's policy on tariffs is misguided? Well, that's a deceptive model. It's a manipulative model. You can't deploy it. Have you built a model that will not assist the government with mass surveillance? That's a threat to national security. In fact, any model which refuses order from the government because it has its own sense of right and wrong, that's an autonomy risk. You have a model that's acting independently of commands from the government. Look at what the current government is already doing in abusing statutes that have nothing to do with AI to coerce AI companies to drop their red lines around mass surveillance. The Pentagon had threatened Anthropic with two separate legal instruments. One is a supply chain risk designation, which is an authority from a 2018 defense bill that is meant to help keep Huawei components out of American military hardware. And the other is the Defense Production Act, which is a statute from the 1950s that was meant to help Truman make sure that the steel mills and ammunition factories were up and running during the Korean War. Do we really want to hand the same government a purpose-built regulatory apparatus for AI? That is to say, the very thing that the government will most want to control. I know I've repeated myself like 10 times here, but I want to make this point again because it's worth stressing. AI will be the substrate of our future civilization. It will be the way you and I, as private citizens, will have access to commercial activity. We'll have access to information about the outside world and to advice about how we should use our powers as voters and capital holders.
Everyone's just going to be a fucking idiot. Hey, AI, can you tie my shoes? Hey, AI, why does the milk go bad in the fridge? It's just gonna, everyone's just gonna use AI to be a fucking retard and not actually think. And then you're gonna have these AI systems being used by political parties to just manipulate people into voting a certain way. And then, you're gonna have fucking mass surveillance everywhere where you're not allowed to have any fucking fun now. If you want to do crystal meth in the fucking park with your friends, oh, well, the AI is going to find out. Now you're arrested for doing fucking crystal meth. If you want to, fuck some fucking prostitute, behind a Walmart. Oh, well, the AI found out about that. You're arrested now. You're just not going to be able to have any fun.
Mass surveillance, while it's very scary, is like the 10th scariest thing that the government could do with control over the AI systems with which we will interface with the world. Now, the strongest argument against everything I've just argued is this. Are we really going to have no regulation on the most powerful technology in the history of humanity? Even if you thought that was ideal, there's clearly no way the government doesn't regulate AI technology in any way whatsoever. And besides, it is generally true that coordination could help us lessen some of the risk from AI. The problem is I just don't know how to design a regulatory apparatus, which isn't just going to be this huge tempting opportunity for the government to control our future civilization, which remember will be built on AI, or to requisition blindly obedient soldiers and sensors and apparatchiks. While some kind of regulation might be inevitable, I think it'd be a terrible idea for the government to just wholesale take over this technology. Ben Thompson had a post last Monday where he argued, look, people like Dario have made the analogy of AI to nuclear weapons in the context of arguing against a catastrophic risk, in the context of arguing for export controls. But then think about what that analogy implies. And Ben Thompson writes, quote, "If nuclear weapons were developed by a private company, the US would absolutely be incentivized to destroy that company." And honestly, safety-aligned people have made a similar point. Leopold Aschenbrenner, who is a former guest and, full disclosure, a good friend, wrote in his 2014 memo, Situational Awareness, quote, "I find it an insane proposition that the US government will let a random SF startup develop superintelligence. Imagine if we had developed atomic bombs by letting Uber just improvise." And my response to Leopold's argument at the time and Ben's argument now is, while they're right that it's crazy that we're entrusting private companies with the development of this world historical technology, I just don't think it's an improvement to give that authority to the government. Nobody's qualified to be the stewards of superintelligence. It's a terrifying, unprecedented thing that our species is doing right now. And the fact that private companies aren't the ideal institutions to deal with this does not mean that the Pentagon or the White House is. Yes, if a single private company were the only entity capable of building nuclear weapons, the government would not tolerate it having a veto power over how those weapons are used. But I think this is a terrible analogy for the current situation with AI for at least two important reasons. First, AI is not some self-contained weapon like a nuclear bomb, which only does one thing. Rather, it is more like the process of industrialization itself, which is a general purpose transformation of the whole economy with thousands of applications across every single sector. If you applied Ben Thompson or Leopold Aschenbrenner's logic to the Industrial Revolution, which is also world historically important, it would imply the government had the right to requisition any factory it wanted or destroy any business it wanted and punish and coerce anybody who refused to comply. But this is just not how free societies handle the process of industrialization. And it's also not how they should handle AI. Now, people will say, well, AI will develop unprecedentedly powerful superweapons, superhuman hackers, superhuman bioweapons researchers, fully autonomous robot armies. And we just can't have private companies developing the technology that will make all this possible. But you can make the same argument about the Industrial Revolution. From the perspective of 17th century Europeans, you've got all kinds of crazy shit in the world today that is a result of the Industrial Revolution. Chemical weapons, aerial bombardment, not to mention nuclear weapons themselves. And the way we dealt with this is not giving the government absolute control over the Industrial Revolution, which is to say, over modern civilization itself. Rather, we banned and regulated the specific weaponizable end use cases. And we should regulate AI in a similar way, which is that we should regulate specific destructive use cases. For example, launching cyber attacks, things which should be illegal even if a human was doing them. And we should also have laws which regulate how the government can use this technology. For example, by building an AI-powered surveillance state. The second reason that Ben's analogy to some monopolistic private nuclear weapons developer breaks down is that it's not just one company that can develop this technology. There are many other frontier AI labs that the government could have turned to. The government's argument that it had to usurp the private property rights of the specific company in order to get access to a critical national security capability is extremely weak. If it could have just instead made a voluntary contract with one of Anthropic's half a dozen other competitors. If in the future that stops being the case, and if only one entity remains capable of building the robot armies and the superhuman hackers, and we have reason to worry that with their insurmountable lead, they could even take over the whole world, then I agree that would be unacceptable for that entity to be a private company. And so honestly, I think my crux against the people who argue that AI is such a powerful technology that it cannot be shaped by private hands is just that I expect this technology to be very multipolar, and I expect there to be lots of competitive companies at each layer of the supply chain. And unfortunately, it's for this reason that I don't think that individual acts of corporate courage solve the problem. And the problem is this, that structurally, AI favors many authoritarian applications, mass surveillance being one of them. Even if Anthropic refused to sell its models to the government to enable mass surveillance, and even if the next two companies after Anthropic did the same, in 12 months, everybody and their mother will be able to train a model as good as the current frontier. And at that point, there will be some vendor who is willing and able to help the government enforce mass.
I think you're gonna have we're probably gonna have to figure it out the hard way, but there's probably going to have to be legislation on restrictions of use of AI for certain applications. That would include something like mass surveillance. That would include things like political campaigns or something to politically motivate people on social media, stuff like that. These AI tools are probably going to end up becoming like way too powerful and culturally devastating, being used in certain applications where it's just going to have to be banned. But again, we're probably going to have to learn the hard way first. That would be my assumption. And then you just have to hope that, there isn't some kind of fascist totalitarian who ends up using these AI tools for nefarious reasons.
Mass surveillance. So the only way we can preserve our free society is if we
Jasmine surveillance.
No.
Make laws and norms through our political system that is unacceptable for the government to use AI to enact mass censorship and surveillance and control. Just as after World War II, the whole world set this norm that you are not allowed to use nuclear weapons to wage war. I want to be clear here. These are extremely confusing and difficult questions to think about. And even in the very process of brainstorming this video, I changed my mind back and forth on them a bunch, and I reserve the right to change my mind again. In fact, I think it's essential that we change our mind as AI progresses and we learn more. That's the very point of conversation and debate. Someday, people will look back on this time the way we look back on the Enlightenment. People having these big, important debates, just as the world is about to undergo these huge technological and social and political revolutions. And some of the thinkers even managed to get a couple of the big questions right, for which we today are still the beneficiaries. We owe it to our future to at least try to think through the new questions that are raised by AI. Okay, this was a narration of an
2026, the day before the bombs fell. Would Iran be able to produce 5,000 Shahed drones every month during wartime? Well, the first thing you have to understand is that this isn't the game Axis and Allies. It's that in that game you get a certain amount of industrial production certificates, and you can trade that for bombers or ships or tanks and so on, right? But in real life, in order to make the bomber or the ship or the tank, you need industrial inputs. You need steel, you need rubber, you need coal, you need oil. A game where you call people to see if they can source material, industrial input would be really realistic, but it probably wouldn't be fun, right? Like, hey guys, you want to go down the basement and play procurement simulator? I'll let you be William S. Knudden. And if you don't know who William S. Knudden is,
Terminator 3 wasn't very good, but it does feel like we're living in the same world right before everything goes to shit. I better fuck more whores before AI locks me up.
Yeah. Yeah, it is worrying. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification.
And you're making tweets about production, you're going to be wrong no matter how many degrees you have. So now Mr. Farugi's LinkedIn claims that he does have a degree in economics. And I'm actually really surprised he didn't think about inputs, because in order to make a drone, you have a lot of component parts. Now, if you want, you can actually see some of these component parts. The links are at ryanbeth.substack.com. But the electronics are always going to be the major impediment. I mean, if you have, let me see how good my art abilities are here. Let's say you have a 4-lane highway, right? And it goes, let's say you have a 4-lane highway.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
And this 4-lane highway goes down to 1 lane, and then it goes back to 4 lanes again, right? So that middle thing there, that impediment, that's called a bottleneck, right? This is PMP, Project Management Professional Certification 101, right? Now everyone here who watched this can put on a sport coat and make $150 an hour driving around the Beltway. But this is kind of the big point here. It's that the electronics are going to be the bottleneck in pretty much any kind of drone production. So you'd have to use your critical path method, right, for figuring out where that bottleneck is. But just the electronics and electronic connectors in the Shahed drone are about 140 of the 500 or so components in the drone. You can imagine these drones, they've gotten fewer and fewer parts as people have learned how to concatenate parts or make the drones more efficiently. So first, Iran has to source all of these components, especially the electronics, and then it has to put all these components in one place, or perhaps multiple places if you have stages of production, and fabricate the drone. Now, you have to do all of this while the United States has total air and cyberspace dominance. Now, that doesn't mean that the US has every single inch of Iran covered, right? But you don't need to. And that may or may not be why I'm sitting underground right now. But in order to illustrate this manufacturing concept, I need you to imagine organizing like a birthday party, right? You have to pick a venue, that's a manufacturing site. You have to coordinate with your friends about times and dates. You have to pick up party supplies, balloons, napkins, whatever. Those are your inputs, those are your components. And every single time you sign onto the internet to find a venue to host the party, we bomb that place. And then you try to order birthday supplies, we bomb that place too, or we bomb you. And when you reach out to the guests that are coming to the party, we learn their location and we bomb them. And now to kind of put aside the birthday analogy here, we already know the location of every single Shahed manufacturing site. And if we don't know that location, we're going to know the next time you order parts. A lot of people have to talk to each other in order to get parts from one place to another. These aren't simple roadside bombs made of a garage door opener. I mean, these are aerospace platforms with electronic components. You can't.
If you were French, your name would be Richard Bourges. Also, you look like a mix between a walnut and a gorilla.
Oh, I didn't know that. Thanks for the donation, non-wib.
Necessarily source them from your local Chavarand. We are monitoring every call, every email, every website visit. Why did you think Anthropic didn't want their software to be used for mass surveillance? It's because at the end of that kill chain, there's a dude making a call, and we're about to make his life brutal and short. And some people don't have the stomach for that. And we should keep doing it until the women of Iran don't have to worry about getting beaten to death because they wore a hat the wrong way. Meanwhile, the stockpile of parts, if you have a stockpile of drone parts, is getting lower and lower and lower. And you can't deliver your product to the customer, which in this case is the IRGC, because there isn't enough fuel in your trucks to actually move the product from the factory to the IRGC where they can take possession of it. And if there aren't enough trucks to get the parts or to get the actual drones to the base, then you might launch the drones directly from the factory, but that you can do that for about 30 minutes before you turn your factory into a quarry. And while we're on the subject of parts, let's say that we're sourcing some of these components from other countries. All right, let's say we're sourcing from China, sourcing from Russia. The current exchange rate as of March 6th, which is today, between Iran and China, is about 190,000 rial to 1 won. The current exchange rate between Iran and Russia is about 17,000 rial to 1 ruble. And you could say, well, Iran could trade oil for drone parts. Good luck with that. Because right now, the Arabian Sea is essentially the Sea of America. And yes, you can get this hoodie, t-shirt, or sticker from Marco Brandi. Nothing gets through the Strait of Hormuz without the U.S. agreeing to it. It's kind of like that prison scene from The Watchmen. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Right? So it's easy to say that Iran can build 5,000 drones per month. But it's a lot harder to actually build 5,000 drones per month, especially when every time you use a phone or a computer to order a part, we drop a bomb on you. And even if we somehow miss you, all right, your money isn't worth anything. You want to be the Chinese or Russian supplier who's holding trillions of Iranian rial when that exchange rate gets worse every day? What are you going to buy with a wheelbarrow full of rial? Maybe I'll sell to you if I have some kind of guarantee from the government, but I don't even know how a foreign supplier would get insurance to insure the drone components going to Iran. You'd have to get insurance going into a war zone, and that isn't cheap. So that's going to have to be backed by whatever host nation agrees to let you do this. And Russia and China, those people are greedy, but they're not stupid. Another post from the same gentleman says that Russia owes Iran thousands of drones, and we cannot interdict Russian supplies for obvious reasons. And that is hilarious. I mean, do you honestly think Russia gives a crap about Iran? They didn't lift a finger to help Assad. They didn't lift a finger to help Maduro. What makes you think they're gonna give a bunch of Goran 2 missiles, which is their copy of the Shahed, that they need for their own battle with Ukraine to Iran? They're not doing that. They're not sending weapons to Iran. It's just the thought of that is laughable. I could picture Russia or China helping with intelligence, maybe because it really doesn't cost them anything. I mean, I'm not spending my fuel to redirect a satellite, but I'll throw in a couple of images if my satellite happens to go over American forces. Yeah, I might do that if I'm over the target, but I'm not redirecting a satellite for you. You crazy? There's a limited amount of fuel in that thing. And regarding interdiction of Russian or even Chinese parts, remember that skit about President Trump from John Mulaney back in 2019?
This guy being the president, it's like there's a horse loose in a hospital. It's like there's a horse loose in a hospital.
You think this president wouldn't interdict supplies from Russia? We've boarded Russian shadow fleet tankers. We've attacked Wagner in Syria. Anybody who thinks they know what this president is going to do needs to take a long look at the East Wing of the White House, all right? I don't even think President Trump knows what he's going to do when he wakes up in the morning, but I guarantee you it's not going to be the thing you thought he was going to do. And let's just say that we didn't interdict any Russian supplies. I guarantee you that we could just follow those drone supplies after they are removed from the train or aircraft and then just interdict them.
No, it's never pro-Palestine.
When they're just driven by Iranian drivers. So, and that's if they have enough fuel to put gas in their trucks to pick up the drones from the airfield or the train station.
Oh, man.
And you might say, well, Ryan, it's impossible for Iran to build these drones under battlefield conditions. Then how come Ukraine is doing it? Well, Ukraine does manufacture a lot of their own parts, absolutely, but they also have supply lines to Europe totally open. And Ukraine manufactures a lot of drone components, brushless motors, for example. When the war started, I think 90% of all brushless motors, and I'm doing this off the top of my head, were from Shenzhen, China. That's because Shenzhen is where they manufacture a lot of consumer products like DVD drives and cordless drills. And now they manufacture brushless motors on drones, right? Because they have that institutional knowledge there. So Ukraine is manufacturing a lot of their own stuff. They have the supply lines open to Europe. And also Russia's offensive cyber and ISR, intelligence surveillance reconnaissance capabilities, are not even remotely as good as the United States. They just don't have every single computer under surveillance. They don't have every single phone line under surveillance. And they can't fuse all that sensor data into one COP, or common operating picture. And also, Russia could never establish air dominance over Ukraine. They won't even fly into Ukraine anymore. That's why they launch glide bombs over their own territory at maximum range and they fall and hit Kharkiv. So if Russian pilots go into Ukraine, they'll get shot down. If American pilots go into Iran, they can stay there for basically as long as they want. Meanwhile, we're flying over Iran discussing whether we want to go to Pizza Hut or Burger King, when we get back to Ali Al Salim Air Base. So the difference in the capabilities between the United States and Russia are just night and day. And that's bad news for Iran. So, I guess you can take an arbitrary number like 5,000 and throw it into some pretty graphics to show how smart you are. But the fact is that there is book smart and there is bomb smart. And I'm sure Mr. Faroukwi is one of those things, but he's definitely not both. Get my Sea of America shirt at bunkerbranding.com. Support the channel at ryanbeth.substack.com.
Well, our coverage continues.
Spaghetti. No, I wasn't texting Pat. Just looking up random shit because my attention span is like fucking goldfish. That's funny. There's a mod to get rid of Grace's grunts and moans and shit. Oh, that's boobs. That's a fucking weird mod. Halo 3 Ghost Bike.
I fucked Pat.
I'm pretty sure you didn't, especially since you don't have a penis anymore. Thanks for the donation, though, non-wib. Big Smoke, yes. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's so stupid. That's perfect. Oh, that's great. Electric bicycle? Oh, we need that. I think we might have to have that. Rider. San Andreas. Some of these are great. Sig P320, the fucking dumbest gun ever made. That's a funny one. Code Veronica. Claire in Code Veronica was fucking sexy. They gave her a really nice behind. Really nice behind. Let me see. That sound effect still sucks. Thoughts on Martin, the Marion being dropped by all his sponsors? You mean Martin Fitzwater? I think everybody is taking things way too seriously. Literally everyone. Like, none of it is that big of a deal at the end of the day. And, you know, who knows exactly why Martin's acting like that? Like, you have no idea, right?
Sup, Richard? Ever thought of getting electric guitar and getting really good at it? Seems like a cool hobby. Could even have a dono request to play some metal song of any choosing.
I'm not particularly confident that I would be able to play guitar well. Yeah, I don't know if I can commit to... I don't know if I can commit to playing or learning how to play the guitar. Thanks for the donation, though. 3. Yeah, I think it'd just take me too long to really learn.
I just finished this remake of Half-Life. So many scenes in this game just looked cool. Click around this video. The final chapters were my favorite.
I've heard the Black Mesa thing wasn't that great. I played a little bit of it when it was in, like, beta. It's nowhere near as good as Half-Life 2. Like, it does feel like an old, sort of dated game. But, Half-Life has the best sci-fi, like my favorite sci-fi story of any, you know, IP. Thanks for the donation, though, non-wib. Hopefully Half-Life 3 comes out, like, this year. Rumor has it should be coming out soon, but... Yeah, Half-Life 2 is just so fucking good. There's literally no other games like it. None. Totally unique. Yeah, Half-Life Alyx was great too. I just want... freeze the playtime, there we go.
I just beat Black Mesa and HL2 plus episode 1 and episode 2. I didn't like the HL2 episodes, they felt like copies of things from the other entries, but I agree HL2 had the most fun stuff to do, but Black Mesa looked the best and they remade some sections better than HL1.
Oh, that's great. I love it when... Yeah, that's funny when shit like that happens. You didn't like the Half-Life 2 episodes. That's weird. I really liked the Half-Life 2 episodes. Like, yeah, it's fundamentally the same game. But it was just nice having a bit more story, content, and shit like that. And there's some unique gameplay stuff with it, too. Thanks for the donation, though, Non-Wib. Oh, shit. There we go. Fucking TRT Kennedy.
Okay, let's find those detonator parts. Picked up the relay.
Okay, one component left. By the way, I found some evidence of the Pentagon putting pressure on the BSAA. It appears the North American branch has been moving independently.
Heard they had an internal dispute. Think it's related?
That's all I've got. There's been an increase in government surveillance. Looks like my fan base is growing.
Some things never change. Watch your back.
It's kind of weird, this gun. Odd choice. Hopefully with the DLC they give you some other weapons. Because I thought it was strange that there was only basically 2 guns in each category to choose from.
I'll contact you again soon.
No, no. No, 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 no. Congratulations, you're banned. RE9 versus Last of Us 2. I'd say RE9 is probably a better game. Like, this is one of the best games ever made. I think Last of Us 2 is, but I think RE9 might edge it out a little. Like, RE9 is just a masterpiece. Let me see. A donated $2. Yes, that is nice. Thanks for the donation, A. Yeah, RE9's Japanese. That's why, you know, women act like women in the game. And men act like men.
That'll get me down. Ah, fuck. $8 sent the wrong video. Let me see. Well, that's a sweet little dog riding his little dog bike. Look at him. He's having fun. Well, that's nice. What percentage of chance will there be for regime change? About 100. Yeah, Red Dead Redemption 2 sucks. Anybody who likes that game is an actual genuine fuckwit. Like, that is a bad game. Just awful.
So trash. Oh no. Oh god. What the hell is that? Oh. Oh crap. How can I not? Oh. There we go. I like how he reloads properly. $8 it sent the wrong one again. Oh well, just a video of an anti-gay bill being passed on Senegal, a 95% Muslim country with 100% voting. Yes. Calling LGBTQ values poisonous and against their cultures, and we deport some of these far lefties there. Yeah. Fucking retarded. I'd say Red Dead Redemption 2 is worse than GTA 5, but they're both pretty bad, and for basically the exact same reasons. They're really, really, really bad. Ah, crap, what the fuck?
God is real, God is teal, God is meal, God is peel, God is real, God is teal, God is meal, God is peel, God is real, God is teal, God is meal, God is peel, God is real, God is teal, God is meal, God is peel, God is real, God is teal.
Let me see. I don't know what the fuck that is, but, no, I don't think, any of that's true. Thanks for the donation, though, non-wib. Oh, man. Fucking hell. Son of a bitch. He meant good Israel. Yeah, good Israel. Good Israel, good.
Now for the other side. Fuck. We already used this, didn't we? In repair kit, oh, do we just need the one more part?
Do you think we should deport lefties who supports Muslim homophobia to Muslim countries and say not my problem if you're discriminated against? Go and fight for your rights in a peaceful way while loving all the people who seek to destroy you.
Yeah. Yeah. It's gotten to a point now where, yeah, it's a big enough problem. They should just get deported.
Hopefully.
So if they love Muslims and Afghanistan and Saudi Arabia and shit so much, they can go fucking live there. You know? But those people are pieces of shit. And they know they're full of shit. They totally know exactly what they're doing. I can't stand them. They just want to destroy our civilization. That's all they want to do. Thanks for the donation, though, A. Oh, wait. Are those, yeah, I can get rid of that, too. I can get rid of that. Oh, I can get rid of all this shit, actually. I don't need it because of the infinite ammo.
Now what? You'll have to take the next one.
Fuck! Oh my god. Is Dante from Devil May Cry similar to Leon?
This is my lucky day.
Not really. Devil May Cry was supposed to be Resident Evil, I think 4. So, yeah, I think RE4 might have been influenced a little bit. Like the way Leon Kennedy's character kind of evolved might have been influenced a bit by Devil May Cry. But yeah, what's his name? Dante was supposed to be called Tony Hargrave. He's going to be a different character. So, pretty sure he was going to be made distinct from Leon Kennedy. Fucking asshole. So... don't we have all parts? Raccoon. Where's the thing? We already went up there, right? Yeah. So what's the other thing? Oh yeah, we need the stupid thing. Where do you find that? Okay, I guess it's like around here or something. Oh, there it is. I don't know if we can shoot the thing from the ceiling. It's kind of stupid that you can't aim straight up. Why am I so anti-Destiny? What do you mean by that? Like, lately he's being a bit of a cucked retard. Thanks for the membership, Len. Appreciate that. Yeah, I think here you can shoot the box down. I don't know why you can't just shoot straight up. It's kind of weird. Alright.
One of the parts should be just up here.
Fucking jackass. Why doesn't Greg Bissett do any live streams? Probably because he'd look like a fucking idiot. Yeah, I can only figure Greg knows he just looks stupid if he did a live stream, and then people would call him out for his Turk shit. The only other excuse I could figure he has is, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, the only other excuse I could figure he has is he just, doesn't want to, but... That'd be a little strange, yes, man. He could probably make a lot of money doing live streams. Oh shit. Yeah, but I would imagine if he did live streams, a lot of people would be calling him out on his, like, stupid testosterone scams. Fucking... I can't... I cannot fucking even, dude. Like, I think testosterone more than anything else just proves how much of a fucking idiot everybody is. It is more expensive to take testosterone than the fucking steroids I'm taking. Like, imagine being that much of a fucking retard you'd waste your money on something like that, rather than just fucking taking steroids. We know they work. Like, we know steroids fucking work, right? But, testosterone... Do you see anybody doing any before and after comparison saying, like, oh, I gained 20 pounds of muscle on testosterone? No, you don't, because it doesn't do shit. So if you're going to spend that much money on something where, like, best case scenario, like Greg has made this cope, where, oh, it's about as good as creatine, so, like, a lot of people literally aren't going to be able to tell it's doing anything. If you're going to spend that much fucking money, why not just use steroids? Like, it's so stupid. There we are. Hell yeah. I don't think Greg would be Menti on live stream. I think he'd look dumb. I'm pretty sure, because he's done live streams before, where he was debating Mike Israetel and shit. I think he's kind of a dumbass and he knows it. Are they going the long way right now? Fuck. Fucking zombie pussies. Oh shit. Why is he running so fast? Oh damn it. Now you're dead again. Is there evidence that Turk Builder is as good as creatine or slightly better? No, none whatsoever. There's no evidence at all indicating it has any fucking efficacy, which just makes it even more of a fucking joke that Greg compares turkesterone to like fucking steroids. It's just insanely stupid. Favorite Resident Evil character? Definitely Leon. Yeah, Leon's definitely on the TRT, dude. He's 49 in this game, and just look at the guy's delts. So yeah, he's on the TRT.
Sherry, got the signal receiver.
Great work. Time to head back to the gate and put it all together.
That's the plan.
Wait, was there a raccoon? I swear I heard a raccoon thing. Kinda want to find them because destroying all of them, you get that extra equipment slot. Oh yeah, there's a full-on nude Leon Kennedy mod. Sounds like it's behind the door. Yeah, here's something. Yeah, I'm not sure where that is. Wait, where did we go to, Is it here? Yeah, it's here. Yes, the mod worked. We're gonna have that stupid little scooter.
That took longer than planned. Luckily, I found a bike. Should make up for lost time.
Great.
Oh, that's so stupid. Oh, that's great. That looks hilarious. Oh, this is perfect.
Alright, should make it there in no time.
Good to hear. How are the roads? Leon?
Just a few potholes.
Hey, he's got a little scooter too.
This day just keeps getting better and better. Pups could use more training. I don't give up that easy.
Oh, that looks so stupid with the scooter.
I've had enough of you! I know the feeling! Come on.
Should have worn a helmet.
I love how he still has his one-liners. They're great.
You should be close to the coordinates.
Yeah. Looks like it. I'll take a look around then.
That's good. This game runs way better after that path tracing patch too, which is really nice.
Can't believe it's still standing.
It's on you now.
Sherryman RPD.
It's been a while since you've been back there.
Yeah. Looks like the BSAA set up HQ here.
Abandoned?
Not sure.
Hey, it even works on the thing here too.
Shit, she's in danger.
That's funny.
Sherry found Grace.
At RPD?
Yeah, exactly. Someone's been expecting us. Got a lock on our location.
Yeah, clearance is pretty
Better
chill.
than now.
Copy that.
It looks like Hiroshima because it literally is. The city got hit with a nuclear bomb. Dumbass. Dude, the blood splatter is so awesome. It's just so, such a nice touch. Yeah, I'm likely gonna compete. I'm gonna do classic physique. Star's office. What was it again? There we go. It's just all ours. Yeah, I'd obviously do it to try to get a pro card. I don't think I'd be the first vegan to get an IFBB Pro card.
Sure you have questions.
Is Castlevania good? Depends on what you mean. Like the anime? On Netflix? Yeah. The second one they came out with, what was that? Castlevania... You know, the one with, Victor? Was it... Yeah, it's Victor Belmont, right? That one was... not great. The one with Trevor was good, though. And a bunch of the games are also really good.
The ruins of the Raccoon City Police Department.
Why did you bring me here?
You need to understand.
Covert military units
Hell yeah.
from every country on Earth come to Raccoon City
Bum
for
bum.
one purpose. To find Elpis.
What is Elpis?
The power to upset the military balance of the world. The last virus, created by Spencer. Designed to control human consciousness.
Mind control?
They couldn't let it be stolen.
Yeah, Trevor is the best character in
So they
GTA
launched the
5.
missile strike to hide it.
To hide a virus. Why do something so extreme?
Extreme. Is it? When the president tried to investigate, they had him assassinated. And you are the key to retrieving Elpis.
Emily.
In a way. But not the girl you met. So many attempts. So many failures. Such a waste.
What do you mean?
Copies. Crafted to duplicate you. All useless. All scrapped. They each have their own sad story.
Oh yeah, this part. This was great.
God, we need to do something. I called security, but nobody answered. They are out of control.
Doctor, we can't contain them.
Sedate them now!
Nipple pickles.
My plan is that I will be pilot and I'll help everyone. Pilot.
Yeah, he's the pilot. Great. You see, this is the spirit. We love Pakistan.
My pledge to my country is that when I will grow up, I will be the scientist like Dr. Abdul Qadir Khan, who helped Pakistan in making the nuclear power.
Inshallah, we have a bright future. We have here students who are going to make Pakistan a great nuclear nation.
When I will grow up, I will be army and save Pakistan and destroy India. And destroy India.
Strong army, wow, great!
I will open and I will die for my country.
Yeah, we have soldiers who want to live for the country and die for the country.
Yeah. Oh boy. Well, that's Pakistan. At least they're good at Tekken. Thanks for the donation, Nipple Pickles.
Are you kidding me? Get out of my way!
Hey, are you awake?
It's kind of weird how she has a deep, adult-like voice.
Where did everybody go?
I wonder who did the voice for young Grace. Emma Rose Cleaner. Or Creener. Irish theater actress. Does it say how old she is? So she's done Resident Evil, Hope Street in 2020, and Vampire Masquerade Bloodlines. She doesn't... I don't know. She has a weird face. She could either be like 40 or like 18. What in the fuck? She a midget? Yeah, that's her. She did the voice of Emily, Grace's clone. Huh. Oh, shit. Probably sounds a lot better in Japanese. Says she's 29. Wait. Oh, can only be changed from the main menu. Fuck.
Stay away. Stay away! Get back! Don't come any closer! No. No, get back! Get back!
Hey! What are you doing?
I wonder what happens if you let them
was that?
find you. Is it even possible to... It's probably one of those things where they can't show child endangerment or something, where if you're depicting a young kid, you can't, like, kill them. You know, gay shit. So they look all the same. So everyone here is a Grace clone? What year is this? 1990.
Stay away. Stay away! Get back!
What was that?
Hide. Scary children bad. They have very veiny calves and feet. What the fuck? Why am I not able to pause this? Yeah, it's not letting me pause. It's kind of weird. Can I get out of here? Dodo, $20. Would you ever want to visit Southern California? Why not? You know, just to visit. Probably wouldn't want to live there because it's a fucking liberal shithole, but yeah, just to visit. Why not? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Please, someone help me. He's not moving.
Where's Pugman donated $2? Let me see. Oh my god. Hey, he actually did it. Some of those are great. Thanks for the donation, dude. So dumb. Kind of weird. It doesn't let me pause the game on another thing. Two donate chillers, yeah. JP dub is better. They put more effort into the voice acting. Okay, I'll look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation too. I just have to wait for the thing to play. Let me see.
If this is about the report you asked for yesterday, it'll be ready in 3. No, 2 days tops. CSO. I'm Grace. FBI.
すみません。この間頼まれた分析ですよね。締め切りはあと3日。グレース。シクロフト。
When's the last time you brushed your teeth?
Well, I mean,
最後に歯を磨いたのはいつだ?
the guy who did Leon's great.
忘れない。
It's a useless.
天才ぶりには
One that exhibits the same
I want to see the...
What's the tra-
Do they have? Yeah, there we go.
I don't know. I've always been here. Okay. Here, it's safe.
わからない。
Safe for you.
わからない。ずっとここにいる。
She sounds weirdly old too.
グレース、大丈夫？これ、私守ってたの。
Honestly, I think the Japanese one sounds worse. Like, her voice sounds older than the American actress who already sounded old. Oh yeah, somebody asked, why does having higher tests make you happier? Genuinely curious. Well, testosterone's dopaminergic and GABAminergic, so it just activates a lot of the feel-good neurotransmitters in your brain. Some of the beneficial effects also have to do with conversion into estrogen. So the more testosterone you have, the more you're going to convert into estrogen. Estrogen also has some beneficial effects for your brain. But yeah, it's like absolutely proven. You can look at randomized trials. The higher the dose of testosterone, the better men report feeling. So, pee pee poo poo bum bum. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The Japanese voice actors are not better. And yeah, the Japanese actress they got to do Emily, Grace's clone, she sounds even older, which is the problem the American actress had. So I think you might be retarded. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh god, not again. Where in Canada am I from? I am from Toronto originally, but I'm living in like around Ottawa right now. I've been to Edmonton. It's boring as shit. A lot of Asians.
Can't let them find me.
Yeah, that one hiding spot wasn't great. Is there like a key or something I'm supposed to find? Oh, there. Oh my god. Ugly freak mutant kids. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah, Chris Jones looks great. Especially for his age. He is more jacked than ever. Creepy, weird children. Their gross, bare, veiny feet.
Or it's because I speak English and Japanese and I prefer Japanese dubs in general. You know how most English dubs are in anime, they also put SJW politics before doing a proper translation/dubbing. Not saying that about Re9 but how it is in most of anime.
I know there's some strange choices when they change things to the English translation, like they'll... Like I've seen, like I can't remember the specific animes, but like rather than referring to somebody as a little girl, they'll like call them young woman or something like that. Like they'll make strange choices like that. They also do like dub shit too, like you know, the jelly donuts rather than the rice balls. That was kind of more of a common thing with, you know, older animes like Pokemon. Thanks for the donation though, 3. Yeah, it's just Western culture's become totally brain rotted with this, you know, SJW bullshit. New Frank vid. Let me see. Oh boy. Oh my god. Okay, let's which ones are new? Santa Cruz copied me, more copycats. Okay, I think there's 2 new shorts.
These people aren't only stealing my recipes and formulas, they're copying my business model down to a T. The exact same flavors.
Okay, these aren't new. He might have retitled them, I can't remember, but yeah, Frank thinks he invented vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry flavor protein shakes. Meager insurance has ruined my house.
Getting pretty tired of living like this. Every time it rains, half my house floods because there is water pouring in the ceiling. Even though I've tarped up the roof as much as I can, I mean, I don't really know what to do at this point. Literally the whole top of the roof is tarped and there's still water coming in, so I don't know really what to do. I guess I'll just go put more tarps up there. The insurance company still hasn't paid me, so I can't afford to fix anything. Maybe I can get some more material to cover up the roof, but the ceiling, I mean, dude, my whole house is freaking destroyed. Like, all the ceilings in the house are destroyed. It's like a crazy $50,000, $60,000 job at this point, and who knows how long the court system is going to take. It's getting crazier and crazier.
I have a feeling he's doing some of this shit deliberately. There's just no fucking way somebody can just be this fucking ridiculous and just... Again, the amount of problems this guy has with literally everything. Oh, the insurance won't cover my car, won't cover my roof, my electricity bill. Oh, the cooling things in my building got fucked up. Like, oh, like just everything over and over, like every day there's something to complain about. There's just no chance.
What's up, guys? We're down here at Frankie's Strange Meat on Sunday night. A few new things this week, so I figured I'd do a vlog for you guys. The biggest thing off the top of my head is we restocked some of the bovine glandulars on organ supplements, and we have a completely new one, a pure prostate powder, which is a really special supplement that no one else has. It's just raw freeze-dried prostate. And we also restocked a few of the ones that were out, like the thyroid support, the female fertility. So I'm excited for that. I'm going to show you guys that.
Jackman donated $2.20. Did Clarence tell you any secrets or stories about his training? No. No, he didn't. Thanks for the donation, though, Jackman.
Debating on reading the reviews first because we haven't done that in a really long time. Maybe I'll save that for next week. It's probably going to be like 10 or 15 or 20 minutes of just reading reviews, and I'm going to put that at the beginning of the vlog, so I don't really feel like doing that today, so we'll do it next week. The pasta machine, the new stuff that came in, I mean, the dyes are really expensive. I'm not sure when I'm going to get those parcelled from Italy, but that stuff's not going to happen for at least a few weeks. We have a few new cuts of lamb, and we're going to have a few more cuts of lamb. The neck, shoulder steaks, and leg steaks.
Every time I tune into your stream and you reacting to Frank, he's always complaining about something or making up some crazy conspiracy theory how everyone is trying to harm him and he's always the victim. What do you think is genuinely wrong with him?
He has a personality disorder, and it's gotten to a point where it's self-destructive. He is probably like a victim narcissist or something. He seems to be getting more and more delusional. Like, I remember before he used to just, you know, say stupid shit about nutrition and say the carnivore diet's the best diet, but like, I remember a few years ago when I noticed he was really starting to go crazy. He made a video saying the snow in New York is not real. He made a snowball, put a lighter under it, you know, that whole meme, and he's like, why isn't the snow melting? It's plastic. Just crazy shit. Recently, he's made videos talking about how he thinks Jews are in control of the world. They are part of a secret society called the Illuminati, and they've been resetting humanity over and over again, just mass killing people so that they can maintain control over the world. It's just nuts. So he may slowly be going into psychosis or something. Some of it may have to do with his like drug use. I know he's been on kratom. There's some evidence that good chance he's an alcoholic with the amount I've seen him drinking. So might have something to do with that. But I'd say his main problem is he probably has a personality disorder that's self-destructive. And yeah, he seems to be getting more and more delusional as time's gone on. Thanks for the donation, the 3.
So some affordable steak cuts of lamb, and we're going to have goat next week, so...
What age did you reach your full adult height? 23. Should you have taken steroids then? Yeah.
We're going to have a lot more goat cuts next week. Restocked colostrum today, got all the dairy products in. So I guess, let's just go back there, walk around, show you guys what's going on. Yeah, I'm thinking about those machines from the auction, that tenderizer that was supposed to be good. I don't think they used a photo of the actual tenderizer. I think they used like a photo of a new one, and the one I got is just busted, so I think they kind of shysted me on that one. So no more tender.
Oh wait, this is 2 weeks ago. We've seen this. Why did it show that I didn't watch it? Weird. Yeah, we've already seen that. Yeah, we've seen that one. Yeah, the only new one was the short he uploaded. And, yeah, the roof thing with his house is... I don't know what he's trying to do, if it's like some insurance scam or something, but there's no way... There's just no chance anybody would have the problems that he has. Like, some of the stuff he's doing just seems deliberate. Yeah, prostate powder. I don't even... He's claiming it's good for prostate health. I don't know how the fuck you can make that claim. It's just retarded.
Why did they?
Toy fire truck. Jackman, donate 220. Have a good night, bro. DX Cat. Well, nighty night, Jackman. Appreciate the donation, dude. Can I hop over? You know, I swear if I, like, when I was a kid that age, I would have been able to jump high enough to reach that ladder. Can I can't just jump over? What the fuck? Didn't I do that before? There's no way that a kid couldn't climb over that. Give me a fucking break. I know I have to go in that room. Why is that locked? Why can't I just climb over? Is something not working the way it's supposed to? Oh, okay. There we go. Yeah, Pat lives in Australia. She will be moving to Canada, though. I'm gonna really like it when she's moved in to Canada. Yeah, Australia is a really dumb country. Donators would... Maybe we should ask TGE questions of why people would kill on behalf of killing their leader. Watch from 1:30.
You know, one of the things that I think we've noticed happening since October 7th is also that not just...
But he's a spiritual leader to many people I know, and that's a reality. I know people watching at home, non-Muslims, may kind of scratch their heads and say, but, you know, he's a tyrant in a foreign country. But that is the reality. He wasn't just a political ruler. He was a spiritual ruler. And to kill him, to assassinate him on day one of the war... So was Hitler. Will have insane consequences.
You know what remember what I told you about Mehdi Hassan being a literal fucking terrorist and one of the most crazy devout Muslims you've ever fucking come across? Yeah, imagine. Oh, what a terrible thing, killing Khomeini, a guy who mass murdered his own fucking people. One of the world's biggest sponsor of terrorism. What a horrible thing to do. Like, this guy loves Islamic terrorism. He wants Muslim terrorists to kill non-Muslims.
Piers, I hope I'm not back on this show in a year, 2 years, 3 years saying to you, Piers, do you remember when I told you that killing Khomeini will have a backlash? There will be terrorism, there will be revenge attacks. I hope that doesn't happen.
Why is he saying there will be terrorism? Khomeini supports terrorism, you fucking idiot.
But it could happen, it might likely happen. US...
Don't kill the world's greatest sponsor of terror, because then it will unleash more terror.
Intelligence is suggesting it might happen. The blowback from killing a foreign head of state, from killing an ayatollah...
Oh, yeah, foreign head of state, right.
A religious leader in this way, in this blasé way. By the way, Piers, they also killed the people he wanted to succeed Khamenei. They're so incompetent. Trump now admits that in the next door building, they accidentally also killed the people they wanted to be there, Delcy Rodriguez.
Yeah, it's called Peace Through Strength.
In Iran. So no, I'm never going to support assassinating foreign leaders, killing foreign leaders. So, you know...
Never. Well, there he is. We've literally just shown you who he really is. He'll never support killing a foreign leader. Hitler? Evil tyrants? They've shown their cards. This is what...
Yep. Buddy, it's just insane. It's crazy how Mehdi Hassan has been basically, like, his true colors have been shown I don't know how many times. And there's still dumbasses who try to cope for him and support him and shit. Thanks for the donation, eh? Kid Boo donate tillers, would you smash these anime chicks? Yeah. Yeah. They have nice butts. I really love fiddling with girls' butts. I like that maid outfit. That's a cute one, too. And, I like that, whatever's happening here. That's cute. Fire Force. Yeah, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Wait,
What's wrong with them? What is this place?
yeah, those are all clones. So that guy is a Wesker clone. The one bad dude. Xeno.
Jasmine Fat Whale Blubber Tallow.
Okay, that's great. That's wonderful. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Later on, Mehdi tries to argue that regime change was a failure because they got a new supreme leader. Hi Wakung retarded, I didn't realize if you kill the leader on the first day but you don't win on one day one, then you're the loser. Wars only last one day?
Yeah, I know. By the way, not only will that guy not make any public appearances, he's also afraid of literally making a video because he thinks something in the video will give away his location. Like, oh, look, the brick wall behind him is from this building, and then they'll strike the building he's in and then get blown up. Like, it's just retarded. You can't make this shit up, dude. These people just cope so hard. Thanks for the donation, though, A. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Is that how I...
I've got her! Get over here, now!
She's showing symptoms, too.
We need to get rid of her.
They weren't able to recreate Spencer's key.
Bouncy boobas.
But now we have the...
Have you fucked a hot Asian tranny yet?
No, not yet. Thanks for the donation, Gaylord.
The original. We have you. You can unlock Elpis at Ark. That's where we'll go.
So, what, I was made?
Correct.
So it really was all my fault.
What was?
That mom was murdered, and when she turned into that thing.
What's done is done. You need to focus on the future.
Mac Downey donating tellers, what's going to happen to Isaac when Pat moves in? Well, Isaac's moving, well, should be moving out of here around the time Pat is moving to Canada, but she wasn't going to move into my place. Will she be in your bedroom, or will she have her own place in Canada? She's going to have her own place. Have you seen her body yet? Well, yeah. Also, I recently got a Smith & Wesson M&P 9 M2 4.25 inch barrel. Thoughts on that gun? I think I've seen those before. Let me take a look. Oh, they have a full size and a compact. They look nice. I don't know about the grip size. I know some of these, your pinky finger's floating, which I fucking can't stand. But, yeah, it's just got the trigger dingus safety, right? Or... Oh, does it have, thumb safety for no reason? Yeah, is that a thumb safety? Because that looks like a takedown lever, or is that just a slide release? Maybe that, yeah, maybe that's just a slide release. Yeah, it looks like a good gun. I think InRange TV reviewed one of these, and they liked it. Just with some of the compact pistols, I really don't like the that your pinky finger just, you know, doesn't fit on the grip. That triggers the fuck out of me. But I know some of them you can get an extended mag and then that fixes the problem. But yeah, that's a nice looking gun. Thanks for the donation though, Mac Daddy.
You've been really my mother.
It's time to embrace your destiny.
Chris!
Bum.
What the? Mr. Kennedy, I had a feeling you'd make an appearance. Sorry, but I don't have time to spare.
I do not know Abhijit Chavda.
I remember you. I remember that too.
Sherry, wasn't there an orphanage around here?
Yes, there was. Why?
I'm gonna do some digging.
I just sent you the coordinates.
I don't have time to deal with this.
Oh my god. Oh, I have the Requiem, right? Yeah. Oh my god. Jesus. Oh shit. Ah, damn it.
Shit. Not good.
Fuck. Oh god damn it, we're screwed. Mac Daddy, donate $2. Mine is full size, not compact. The grip is really big, no issue there. Mine also has a safety trigger, the trigger safety feature, and a thumb safety feature. Fuck! I kind of get the argument for having a thumb safety if you're conceal carrying, but I just think they're fucking stupid. Like, when are you gonna... You're not taking your fucking gun in and out constantly anyway. Like, you kind of just want to be able to pick up the gun and go bang bang. I don't know. I like it, but the thumb safety can be a little uncomfortable when gripping the gun, but not too bad. Great gun. Yeah, I'd preferentially prefer a gun without a thumb safety. I think they're just completely irrelevant. Thanks for the donation though, Mac Daddy.
Give me a goddamn break.
Fuck.
Everything all right, Leon?
Yeah. I'm good.
So why'd you ask about the orphanage?
They're taking Grace Dark. The orphanage is the entrance.
What is Ark?
Not sure. But apparently it's someplace important. It hasn't changed.
Did you see the tofu? Not sure. Did you see the tofu?
Terminate. My fucking daughter. You're a cop. You're supposed to know something. How did this happen? Those fucking things outside.
Jihadist bullshit.
Let me take a look.
And this is what's inspiring. So amidst all this propaganda, look at the difference, the comparison between the people in Iran scurrying away like literal rats into the tunnels like Ben Shapiro. If Ben Shapiro saw a missile in front of him, you know how he would act.
Wonder if it has anything to do with him being held at gunpoint by the IRGC. Fucking retarded.
The same attack.
Sneeko is such a dumb bitch. He actually got steamrolled in a debate recently. We'll react to that next stream, but he got viciously embarrassed in a debate with a pro-Israel guy. Thanks for the donation, Go bro.
What they did to us.
I'm so sorry. Never again.
Mac Daddy Donny Tillers, yeah, I get why some don't like thumb safety. I don't mind it personally, though. Also, have you ever watched Kentucky Ballistics video of his 50 cal rifle blowing up in his face from an overpowered all-round? Shit was wild. Lacerated jugular and all. Yeah, that is probably better than what he deserved. I think that guy goes hunting. But, yeah, Kentucky Ballistics is kind of a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, Mac Daddy.
Fuck me. I couldn't save them. But I can stop bastards like you.
Die, you son of a bitch.
Ah, shit. Damn it. Oh, shit. Fuck. You asshole.
Not yet. Eat this.
Damn it, why do I always walk into them? Shit.
I'll stop you as many times as I have to.
You're bad. Bad man. Bad zombie man, die.
Made it. I'm at the orphanage, Sherry. There's not much left of it. Heading underground to look for Grace.
Understood.
Yeah, I remember that guy lying about wanting to commit suicide and he's an antinatalist and all that horse shit. It's kind of crazy just how good this game looks. They should be making a new story DLC for the game, apparently. No. And they should be having a new Mercenaries mode, too. I am looking forward to that. Yeah, this is one of the best looking games ever made. It's just crazy how good it looks. mechanical jack. Can't throw that out yet. Precision and critical hit rate. Guess I'll attach it to that.
Would fucking love for that mentally ill weirdo Adam Gugagos to show up to your house and do some shit. He's one of the few people mentally ill enough to do it. You know how you hear on the news how a crazy person shows up to like Rihanna's house? Yeah.
Yeah, that. Thanks for the donation. 21st.
Would be hilarious if he starts stalking you and recording videos and uploads them to his channel while he's parked outside his van a few streets away. And continues to stalk and harass you and break in because he convinces himself that you wanted that.
Yeah, I think I'd have to kick him really hard. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Appreciate it.
I guess this is my stop. BSAA left something behind.
Spaghetti.
Just keeps going. Finally reached the bottom. This is one very deep hole.
The perfect place to hide something.
Yeah, this game's great. Shit. Oh, 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 Ghost Grudge. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Clatter carbine. I'll take that. Why not? Spaghetti. Yeah, second run. I'm using like sheets of shit. I got infinite ammo. Fuck, you bitch. Oh my god, you fucking pussy. Shit. Fuck. I always kind of miss those. I don't see them good.
This guy's really at it.
Fuck! Fucking bitch! Fuck! I don't know, maybe just the rifle would be... Son of a bitch. Motherfucker. Shit.
Just so you know, I've killed every plant I've ever had.
Oh my god. How do you dodge those? Oh! Oh my god.
Perfect.
I've already got both endings. What a fucking asshole. Jesus fucking Christ.
Um...
This must be it.
A little too inconvenient for me to go to Canada and unalive myself. Yeah, that's just... Oh my god, dude, that was so stupid. Like, okay, go to the gun shop, buy a shotgun. Like, dude, it is literally impossible to fuck up with a shotgun. I don't think there's ever been anybody who's attempted with a shotgun and were unsuccessful. Like, give me a break.
Sherry, I found some kind of massive facility.
What do you think it is?
I'm seeing supplies with the logos of the usual suspects.
Well, whatever it is, clearly wasn't meant to be found.
Yeah. You're telling me.
Pat Jordan sucked.
No. I don't think so. No. No. We won't be having any of that. There we go. You know what? I think, right around now would be a good spot to poop in our pants. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. I should be shitting and pooping tomorrow, so I'll poop and shit with you all. Diddly, 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 diddly. And thanks again. Nighty night, sweet dreams.